Hey everybody, my name's Eric. I'm making a game. Hey, and that game is called the Godkiller, and it's a doozy. Yeah, I've been working on it for a couple years, and I'm thinking about it in some form or another, different aspects of it for decades. There are drawings I made in the 90s about things I wanted to do, sketches and stuff have come to fruition in the last few years, which is very gratifying for me. There are projects that I started and kind of failed or lost steam on them, and but there were good pieces out of them. There were good parts that could be reused, and I scraped a bunch of those off the floor and brought them into this game. Stuff with facial animation, stuff with audio and music and sound effects. I demoed a version of this game to a publisher that no longer exists anymore. Let's see, what was it? Torque Games. They had a platform called Instant Action, which was maybe a little bit like Steam or a curated experience, though maybe more like Apple Store. And I had a prototype to show him, and it was basically an early version of this game I've got now, the Godkiller. He said, okay, that's cool, maybe we'll talk more later about that one, but what we really want is Strahd. Strahd's the first set of games I made, and I was reluctant to take Strahd off to another platform as an exclusive because we had this loyal base of players, and it felt like it would be a slap in the face to have like an exclusive Strahd game on a site that wasn't our own, with this community that had been with us for so long. Anyway, so I'm getting off on a tangent. We did something with that publisher, but the Godkiller concept got shelved. And it's pretty good. I really think it is. Anyways, I want to demo what I've been working on recently, and I'm a little bit worried that I've created the Jar Jar Binks of my own world here. It's a character that talks in a weird way, and for some reason I decided to have him sing a song. He's a giant bird. His name is Plundy, and he has his own kind of language that's sort of like English, but not quite. And yeah, I spent yesterday writing a song for him and recording it, and it's the kind of thing that it makes me cringe a little bit. I have no idea how it will be received. I think some people may enjoy it, some people may just hate it. I don't know. Okay, I'll play it for you, and I feel like leaving the room, but I won't. All right. It's called Shiga Buddy. It's an interactive song, so it's got some large gaps in between the main parts of the song, which are there because the interactivity. I'll explain that later. This is, as I was saying, it's an interactive song. The idea is you accomplish something in the level, and this dude's going to sing at you, and then he'll kind of go back to sleep. And then while you're working out the next part of the puzzle, it's going to play this part on a loop. After you get to your next milestone, they'll start in with verse number 2, which is coming up. Okay, now you completed part 2 of the puzzle, and you're working on part 3 right now inside the game. And it's just in this holding pattern until you get to the third milestone of your puzzle here. And then it comes in with the finale for the song. Here the other character sings, but I don't have vocals for it. Okay. It's hard to listen to my own music, particularly if I'm doing a weird bird voice in it. Okay, but this session, what am I doing in this session? I'm going to do a work session today, which is nice. I haven't been able to do too many because of spoilers. And here I suppose it's mild spoilers, but not of plot events. Just some multimedia inside of a level that's going to play under certain conditions, and that's it. So it's not a real true and proper spoiler. So let's go to the level that this song is going to go inside of. Go to what do call them? Plundy paths. All right. I'll show you what the level looks like. All right, there's Plundy. This character model was given to me by Ian Zimmerman. He did a real nice job on it. Okay, now you could say, well, I've seen like really cool 3D models and that doesn't look as impressive as other ones. Understand, the whole look of this whole world is low poly. It's sort of like the 3D version of, I don't know, pixel art. Purposefully, things are done with low poly meshes, and the shader adds lines to everything, which in a way sort of gives this a retro look because, you know, you've got these lines at the edges of the vertices, and we're not hiding that. We're not hiding that. It's supposed to be like that. And a lot of these characters are super low poly because they're so small. The camera view is up a ways from them. You don't get as much benefit from the details. And also there's considerations that we might have 100 characters on the screen all at one time. You know, so don't want to bog down the performance of the game by having a bunch of super high detail models. And lastly, it's just cheaper to make low poly. In the same way, it's cheaper to make high quality pixel art than it is to make high quality 100% resolution artwork illustrations. Okay. So what I need to do is chop up that song into the different parts that'll play at different points. So there's one part that plays right when you start out at the beginning of the game. It's just the drum beat, all that. Then you'll be trying to figure out what's up, and eventually you'll get the idea. I need to knock down these blocks, these ones that say NO. Now, if you know anything about this game world, you know that these doors here, or these letter gates as I call them, they will stay closed, opaque, solid, if there's any formation of blocks that spells the word that's on that gate. So in this case, there are 3 formations that spell no. One here, one here, one here. Okay. So with some manipulation, you can break down one of the formations, and that'll start the first verse of the song going. Break down the second verse, the last verse. All right, so that's the gist of what I'm going to do. I think in this session, I think I'll be able to do it. Okay, first thing is I go back to Logic. I'm going to make versions of this song that correspond to the different parts. Well, this is like this song here is all the parts. I want to save like some copies, and each one will be one of the sections. So I'll go Shake It Buddy intro. Shake It Buddy verse 1. Shake It Buddy after verse 1. I think I can even say, since I think that's going to be the same music that plays between verse 1 and verse 2 and verse 3, I'll just do one after verse. Okay, save a copy as verse 2. Save a copy as verse 3. Okay. So now I need to go in and just make each of these only contain the section that they're supposed to have. So if I look at this guy here, let's pull this in a bit. Okay. I wonder if there's a thing where I can just delete. I can delete like all the stuff. Nah, maybe not. Okay, never mind that. Okay, then let's. This is the part between the two verses. I'm just going to move this all the way to the beginning. So I've got some stuff in here that's part of my system. It's coupled to how my engine works. And I'll explain that a little bit. So there's these things called phrase duration, which they are stored as MIDI markers. A MIDI marker is just a little note you can put that has some text in it at a certain point in the song. And I've got some code that will... Hey, Matteo! What's going on? You say, what is that? I don't know what you're referring to. Maybe you meant the airplane outside. Alright, so I've got some code that'll look for this marker, and I'll use it to figure out the point within the song that can be used to transition from one song to another. So when I break up this song in multiple parts, I'm calling each part a song. So there'll be some logic that says we're going to go from one part of the song to a different part, and there should be some cross fading in between the two. It'll happen inside of wherever you marked out this phrase duration to be. The other thing that I've got that's specific to my engine here is this MIDI key finder track. So it's used to give some information about like what key different parts of the song are in, so that I can play melodic sound effects in the right key. They don't jar or clash with it. They'll be in harmony. So you can, if I unmute that, I can play it, and I get... I don't intend for those strings to play. I want the information about their notes, because they say, we're in, C major key or whatever it is. I don't think that was C major, but if I didn't have this track down here, I wouldn't have enough to go on up above to figure out what key the music's in, because all you've got is one note, and a music key actually needs 3 notes at least to be unambiguous about which key it is. Okay, so now there's going to be a little checklist in all these, and it's enough. There's enough little things to do that I don't want to forget any of them, as I have to repeat them across each thing. So I'm going to open up a little text pad. You know what? I'll just write down on a piece of paper in front of me. It's going to be easier than I want to flip around. Yeah, what am I writing down? Okay. The steps. First, delete unused regions. Move phrase duration. These 2 things I just did. Export MIDI with key finder solo track. Export, I should say bounce WAV. Okay, I think that's it. Alright, so I just gotta repeat this for like 5 files. So start by making this unmuted and selected. And then we'll just export just this track, nothing else. Selection as MIDI file. That way I'll get the phrase duration marker, and I'll get this key information in the bottom track inside of a MIDI file that I can process. WAV file loses all the information about notes and everything. It's just samples. That's all it's got in it. I think let's create a new. For now, I'll just call it that. Okay. Then we'll mute this. And we'll bounce the rest. Bounce is just like it's a mix down, but it retains like all the pan and volume information. This is inside a program called Logic Pro X, which is the deluxe version of GarageBand, if you're familiar with that. Okay. Should I normalize? Yeah, I'll go ahead and normal. Well, the problem is, yeah, let's do that. Overload protection only, that sounds right. No, I don't want to do that. The problem is, since I've got this song split up into different parts now, different files, if I normalize, then like maybe one section of the song is kind of quiet, it will be at a different volume. It'll get raised up to be normalized compared to the other parts. So I want to turn normalize off. Okay, then resolution. I don't need 24-bit. Let's just stick with 16. Okay. Is it going to give me a location? Thank you. Good. That's what I need. All right. Let me double check it. See if it's got screwed up in some way. Sounds fine. I'll wait for it to get to the end. I haven't used the bounce feature too much recently. I switched over to it after I noticed that this other feature I'd been using didn't capture all of the tweaks to volume. Okay, let's check the mid, just make sure it got the right track. Nah, I know it will, and I'll be able to find out if it didn't later. Okay, all right, one down. Like, I think 3 more or 4 more. Okay, let's open. Let's try to do these in order. It'll be easier to make sense of it. Okay, intro. All right, so the intro. It's just going to be everything at the beginning. Okay, and this part here goes with the next portion of the song. All right, so this is just a very boring drum beat. Take out these extra phrase duration markers. I only need the very first one. The other ones just threaten to confuse the parser. Okay. So Save that. Export the MIDI. Okay. Turn that back off. Bounce it. Okay, it's got the old settings. Just reuse those. Okay. And then that one's done. So let's move on to verse 1. Okay, so this one, get rid of the intro. Okay, get rid of the part that follows verse 1. And then move verse 1 to the beginning. Fix the phrase durations. That one's there. All of these are going to have one phrase duration right at the start. So I really just need to delete the extra ones. Okay, so that looks fine. All right, MIDI export. Okay, and the bounce. I do kind of wonder if I could have used this bounce to just do one portion of the song, and I wouldn't have needed to split up the whole thing into separate files. I'll do a test on that after I finish going through. I'm already committed to the approach that I started with, but it'd be useful in the future if I don't need to split it out in separate files. The problem with separate files is if I need to make a change to the main song, and I will, I'll have to redo the section files. So it's much better if I could just do it from one file. Okay. The other thing I want to check is that bounce preserved all the tracks. I'm going to listen to that for a little bit. It did. It's fine. Okay. Did I get all the phrase durations? I did. Okay. Fine. So that's verse 1. I already did after verse. So I got to do verse 2 and verse 3. I'm just going to do that test real quick. I'm going to see what happens. I'm just real curious. I wouldn't be able to use it for the MIDI though. That's one aspect of it. I don't think I could. Maybe I could just select. Alright, let me try it. Okay, so here's verse 2. I really like Logic Pro X. Logic. I really like Logic. Logic, the brain thing, intelligence thing, and also Logic, the software I like. Did it select more over here? I don't think so. Okay, so if I do a bounce on this, let me see if that works. If it works, it'll be just verse 2. Yes, it works. Okay, that's good. Then the other part that would be needed to keep it all in one file would be the MIDI section. Okay. For that, let's export selection as MIDI file. Okay. Okay, so then let's see if it picked up the right section of the MIDI. Here, I think it may not have, because it's got a lot of emptiness at the beginning, so I don't think it like put everything there like snug at the same starting point like the bounce did. But let me make sure, let me find the little section where it's not. Continue. Weird. Alright. I know VLC can play MIDI files, but maybe it's a little bit confused about them. So, all right. Seems like my first approach might be the best one, even though I can do a bounce. I seemingly can't section off the MIDI files the way I like. So let's move that to trash. We'll go to verse 2. Okay. There's verse 2. Okay, it starts with the dump bump with the fill at the beginning, so I'll take that out. And go this way. Everything to the right. Bam. Okay. And just make sure I got the right verse. That one, yep. Okay. Okay. Sometimes I get it not snapped, so I was double checking that. Looks healthy. Let's export the MIDI. Okay, turn the MIDI back off. Do the bounce. Last one, verse 3. Okay. Verse 1, verse 2, verse 3. There you are. The only bad thing about Logic is that if you're trying to figure out how to do something, it's hard to figure it out because everything is all wrapped up in all these UI widgets and stuff. So you Google what you're trying to do, and you say, for example, I can't even remember there was a window here, and I wanted some stuff that was in that window. Yeah, this one, but yeah, actually all the songs in this game are mine. Hey, Razophone, how you doing? Let's see. Boom. Now this one makes me cringe a little because it's me making bird noises. I'm a little embarrassed by it. I'm calling it the Jar Jar Binks of my game. Glad you like it. I'm afraid of this song. Other songs I've done, I can kind of have a little more confidence in this one. This one freaks me out a little bit. Let's export the MIDI. Bounce this baby. I can't wait to get this into the game, which should happen in this session. Okay, so that goes there. Alright, I think I got all the media. So we've got, let me just do a quick check, make sure everything just has what I expect in it. Okay, in verse 1. On. Yep. Yep. And then, yep. Cool. Getting close, getting close. Okay, I know these are going to have to get renamed to be bytes on the end so I can process them correctly. You mean how would I get good at it? Or are you talking about like the mastering process of audio? Like, you know, making sure all the tracks sound right together. Let's see, let's get into... Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not... Hey, Davey. Good to see you, man. I'm not good at, like, instruments. I'm not a performer. So I've got in front of me, like, this tiny little keyboard. I can play a few things on it, but I can't really perform. I'm not a performer. So I used, like, in the 90s, like a tracker type stuff. Tracker's an old format that they use. It's kind of like programming music. And then, let's see. And I put in a lot of time just kind of putting in, just making these songs. And so, like, there's this series of games called Drawd that I worked on, and most of this music I wrote for it. So, you know, let's put in, you know, maybe 1,000 hours. So yeah, just a lot of kind of fiddling around. I gotta see this new game, Davey. Did you put it up on YouTube, or have you chosen some other outlet for it? Let's see. No, oh yeah, itch. Oh, I automatically know this is yours. I have to read anything down here and just look at it. It's obviously yours just by that screenshot. Oh shit, man. I'm on Mac, so if I download a RAR, it's not going to be able to. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I know. I totally understand too why people that are into gaming, they just stick with Windows. A Windows machine, the biggest bang for your buck, obvious. It's real obvious. I like Macs for different reasons, but hardware-wise, I would go with a Windows machine. Just for getting more money, for getting more for your money. Yeah. There's a $500 Windows machine behind me that plays my game better than it's like a $1,500 Mac. Yeah, Steam page is up. Just doing story stuff. That's why I'm not on the stream as much these days, because I don't want to spoil all the story events. But I'm just busting some ass getting all the story stuff done, because in June I want to have all the lines ready to start recording with the voiceover artists. And so far I'm ahead of schedule on that, so it's going well. But this thing does get released January 1st. I'm super serious about that. All right. So let's see. I'm glad you got another game out, though. I can't tell much about it from what I saw there, just because I need to download and all that, but let's see. You're using Unity, you should just do a Mac build for me. Just run that extra cross compilation. Get a Mac build out there too. Actually, I would totally understand if somebody just didn't want to mess around with Mac. Yeah, I totally get it. My stats are showing about maybe 10% of the people that come to the Steam page have Macs. So, I mean, they're out there, but not that many. It's not a good choice for gaming. Yeah, I know. Let's see. All right, let's get this audio going. Okay, so I got to move over my songs over to this directory. Let's just take all of these, every single one, dump it over here. Bam. Okay. You've correctly picked up on the irony. It is true, I kind of hate subtitles. Although, I've taken some pains to make decent subtitles for the game, because I know subtitles are quite important to some people. Okay, so let me see. I've got some processing to do on these MIDI files. Let's get all those done. Song analyzer. So first one's right here. Drag it over there. Yeah, I think so too. I'm not looking forward to localization. I've got some idea of the route to take for it, but I'm not looking forward to it. I think I probably did make one mistake with my localization too, in that I have the text here that the text is stored in like a full. The text is stored in chopped up pieces of text that go for each little subtitle, and those are tied to the audio files. But if you do a localization, like the text will have to be chopped up different ways, and it's gonna be a mess. I'm mostly protected for the future, but it's gonna be a little bit tricky. Okay, so then let's just do each of these. Okay. Cool. Oh wait, you didn't output. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right. These are going smoothly. Let's just do one after another. Okay, verse 2. So it's looking through the MIDI files to get the timing information, the key information, and the tempo information. Verse 3. Okay, I think I got them all. Let's check. After, intro, verse 1, verse 2, verse 3. Got it. Okay. So then, if I come over to the output directory under streaming assets, pre-process, Sugar Buddy, where you at? Is it metadata? No, pre-process. Where did it say it stored it? Pre-process, Sugar Buddy, okay. Yeah, there, it's right there. I have no idea why it's not showing up inside of Unity. It's the same location. Okay, that's fine though. I'll just move this over. now I gotta make things addressable. Okay, let's get rid of the MIDI files in here. Not that one. That one. Let me just check if they're always in the same spot. Yeah. 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 Okay. Cool. Okay, so then let's just pick all of these. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Oh, you're not gonna let me group set them to addressable. What about two of the same kind? Yeah, you will do that. Okay. Let's make those addressable. What about these? Oh, they already are addressable. Oh. Huh, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I did those. Addressable. Okay. And preload? Forget. What have I been doing with the other ones? Did I preload? Let me see. What is it? What does preload audio data actually do? Yeah, that one. Just explain that. Ninja! My God, it's been a while. Glad to see you. So I've looked at this before. Oh, it's going good. It's going good. The game is moving along. How things going for you? Yeah, this does look like a mistake. It cannot be avoided. You know, you never know when some shit's gonna come down. I don't know what your shit is, but I always get that feeling that, like, one of these days, who knows what'll happen. Like, somebody will get sick. Somebody might die, have to go to a funeral. Somebody will lose a job. You know, something. I feel like I've gotten less than my share of that bad luck lately, so it feels like something else might be coming. But anyways, I hope whatever you had to go through, it wasn't too bad. Alright, so I think I'm just going to take all these clips and just Say, no, don't preload them. Do not preload them. Because that will be an excessive use of memory. Every day the progress continues, but more than that. That sounds about right, yeah. Holidays, I remember that. But more than making progress every day, I've got a schedule now to get this released on January 1st next year, and I'm ahead of schedule so far with all my little milestones I set up for myself. Okay, let's apply that. Then I'm going to make some cheat keys so I can just test out starting these different songs at different points in the level. Okay, so alright, let's just change these. We'll do one will be I have, although it ended up being 58 levels. But I found out with the play testers that everybody was clocking in, I mean, at least 30 hours, plus there'll be achievements. So it's got so much play length to it already. There's just no point in putting like a crazy amount of levels. Just from a business standpoint, I'm better off if I hold on to some of those levels and put them out as DLC. I mean, if I got the impulse to add more levels, I might as well like start putting a little DLC bucket off to the side. Okay, 2. Double check the names of these and make sure I got all the names right. Shake It Buddy, intro, verse 1 through 3, and after verse. Okay. Yeah, that one's fine. Verse 2, verse 3. After verse, intro. Alright, we're going to play it semi-interactively. We'll simulate interactivity. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And how. So that bird there is supposed to start singing after you complete the first challenge of the level. Alright, now there's this intro music that's just looping. where's the after verse? Okay, so 2, 3, 4, and then 5. 5 didn't do anything. There was some issue with that. Oh, because I didn't put in the 5. Okay. Anyways, let's try out the other ones. Okay, so then let's try verse 2. And there's the afterverse. Yeah, it's a little. It ended up being like that, but the lyrics are complete nonsense. They're just nonsense. But they're sort of designed that like you sort of think like you might be understanding what he's saying. And that's just how he talks. And it's just, it's gonna annoy the crap out of some people, but maybe other people think it's funny. Okay, so there's the 5 there. I was starting to sound a little too much like Red Hot Chili Peppers when I was making it up, and I tried to make it a little bit different. So yeah, you're right. There's some Chili Peppers like, what I got, you gotta go put it in you. You know, that kind of shit. All right, let me just check the crossfades a little bit. All right, so here's first one. Okay, then. Hey Zor, I used mostly Pro Builder and Unity, but for the characters, there's another fellow that helped me make the character models. His name is Isak Lima, and those he used Blender. And then the bird was made by a guy who I met by just chatting to people on this stream. His name is Ian Zimmerman. He also used Blender. But in Unity, there's like a free thing you can add called Pro Builder, and it lets you do some modeling inside of Unity, and it's pretty good for simple shapes that are very geometric and not so organic, like these blocks, for example. You know, simple shapes. Of course. All right. So I'm admitting to myself that the crossfades aren't the smooth transition that I'd hoped for, but I don't think it's worth trying to work out something more complicated than that. I got pretty decent at modeling in Pro Builder. Now, there are some people that are much faster at it. And when you watch like the Pro Builder tutorials, the people that work on the Pro Builder team, they're really quite wizardly. Another person who I've seen who's really fast at it is William Cheer, who made Manifold Garden. Manifold Garden was all inside of Pro Builder, although they had some custom solid geometry stuff going on there to help out. But there's limits to it, though. I think I might move on to something else on a later project. Yeah, if you ever just watch somebody that's their main job is 3D modeling, and that's what they spend almost all their time on, that's when you get like super speed and every little key press and every trick is burned into your neurons. Yeah, I think I'm a little too split brain to get up to that level of proficiency. All right, so let's start coding up the level controller so it just starts these songs automatically when you do certain things. No. If I was going to advise anybody to buy a system to do game dev on, it'd just be a Windows system. It's so much more expensive for what you get to get a Mac system. Most of your users are going to be on Windows anyways. So you really have to like Macs to stick to Macs at this point. And I do, but I like it for just kind of like habitual reasons. Like, my software works a certain way and I'm getting used to it. And I would not be surprised if, just to shake up the snow globe that is my brain, my next major workstation will be a Windows workstation. Also, I've got stats that show me that the people that are playing games, like only 10% of them are on Macs. And I think even when I'm looking at those stats, I like it, but I wouldn't recommend it to anybody else besides me. And even to myself, like the reasons for me sticking to a Mac are kind of like inertia, So I might even switch to a Windows machine, next year or something like that, just because I don't like my brain to get all carved up in a certain way and insist on following the same patterns. But Macs are very pleasant. They're nice machines put together in a well-designed way. The specs you get are not that good for the money, though. Let's see. Level controllers. They're all up here. All these level controllers I wrote. Okay, so I need a new one, I think. It'll be for plundy paths. Yeah, that's another aspect of it. I'm sure it would be, but I bet you spend the same amount of money on that M1 on Windows hardware, or not. It's not Windows that makes it fast, but just on the supply chain that is associated with the Windows operating system. Spend your money on that, you'll walk away with something even more powerful. Let's see. Let's create a new one. It's going to be plundy paths. It's a level controller. No. That's different language. Yeah. What do I call these? Yeah, it's a nice thing to just not have to worry about your specs when you are trying out games. Okay, third challenge. All right. Okay, so then let's do override on the state change. That's one way to justify it to the wife. You say, I'm doing important development work here. Well, I mean, I don't have to justify things to my wife, but I do have to justify to myself. If I buy some toy and then like I don't do anything with it, it just makes me feel terrible. I bought an iPad and it says on the back of it they have like a custom engraving that you can do, and I wrote the tool comes with a debt. And if I buy some shit, you know, I want to say that I've justified it by being able to create something with it, you know. But I used to have this pretty large open plan place I lived in, and one corner of it just was like piles of old tech and hardware and stuff and things I bought and used for maybe 3 weeks and didn't use again. It just made me feel gross. Okay, so tell you though, Zor, you know what a good exercise is to do? Say you buy a nice, shiny, beautiful computer. Just take a belt sander to it. It'll still be operational, but just make it ugly as fuck. And it shouldn't bother you that much. That's the whole point of it. You think about it, you shouldn't care. You shouldn't fall for that glossy sheen. You shouldn't fall for the marketing. Just, it's a tool. That's the way that, like, you kind of, or at least I do. It's how I keep my integrity about these things. Is I just don't want to be in that little dream space that's created by people at the Apple store, and it's just a fucking tool. I'm going to use it to do the things I want to do, Or if it's entertainment, I would say this thing's gonna make me happy playing some games and wasting some time. Yeah, that stuff's silly. I mean, I just try it sometime. Buy a brand new thing, make it look ugly, use it despite that. Yeah. About it intro. And this should be looping. True. Okay. Here we say play. Let's see. Shiga Buddy. Verse 1. Looping false. Okay, down in the update. Switch state. If nothing's playing, I think I can be more specific though. I can say if this particular song is no longer playing, then we'll start. Yeah, let me think. Let's check this out. Okay. Let's add some more state. That's the way to cleanly do this. I don't care. I got no qualms about swear words here. Okay. And so then let's see if that is not playing, then change the state. Second challenge. other thing I want to do, since I'm reusing these values, is put them in constants. These other states in. Okay, this one is true. It's going to loop. Other thing to do. I don't want to add too much functionality all at once. But I need to know when the players met each challenge. So the challenges. They're knocking down blocks in the level. I'm waiting for Unity to... There we go. So we've got blocks here, blocks here, blocks here. As soon as you knock out those formations, that completes a challenge. So I think what I want to do is use some waypoints to mark the location that I expect these to be at. And then I'll write some code to analyze and see if they're still there or not. Okay, so let's go prefabs and these guys will just mark the position for me so I can just refer to it inside of code by name instead of a coordinate system. Okay, so let's see, we'll call this Northeast Challenge. Just give them a numerical. Whoops. Okay, and we'll check what we will tuck them into. A nice, neat little directory. Nice folder here. Bam. Bam. Okay. I just thought of something that would make this easier. Okay. Challenge. Let's see. CRH is I equals board waypoints get challenge plus plus 1. Okay, then we just return the CRHs and that'll do it. Okay, then want to keep track. Family have been completed. Then So I don't need that there. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
Could there be spires and towers? You'll climb them for hours. How the stairs will wind, all the secrets you'll find. Could there be dark little holes and yawning abysses? Would that earn me your praise, your fawning and kisses? Could there be creatures around, your brothers and sisters, goodwill to be found? Everyone fits here, it's my world, you're invited. Once you're here, be delighted. It's my world, you're invited. Once you're born, you're inside it. It's my world, you're invited. Once you're here, be delighted. It's my world, you're invited. Once you're born, you're inside it. Could there be spires and towers? You'll climb them for hours. How the stairs will wind.
Thank you. Yeah, I gotta be careful leaving that loop. You'll get so sick of that song. Alright. So then, what I want to do... Thanks. Yeah. I hired a professional to do the vocals on the song. Yeah, it's got all different parts of the game in there. Got excited when I was putting it together. Let's see. So if they're on... Yeah, I gotta get some people that actually know how to sing. I've gone to some different sites and they've got like... It's so nice how accessible like really good voice talent is. It's I don't want to say like I don't want to sound like an asshole and say that they're you know it's so cheap, all their work I can just get it for cheap. I mean, but it is kind of like that. The market does not reward singers for their talents in the way that maybe it should. Yeah, there's a lot of great people that can sing out there. And I found like one person who's just excellent at taking something I gave him and reproducing what I wanted. So it's nice. Joseph De Natale. Alright, so I need to check for if find challenges remaining. No, it's not challenges remain, it's challenges completed. I gotta rename my function. Yeah, that's at least half of it. Like if somebody's got great talent but they have a hard time fitting within the constraints of a project, or just like your communication with them doesn't work very well, then that'll sink it. That'll sink it real fast. There's this other lady I'm working with for the face art, and she's a ringer. I've worked with her on many projects in the past, Bettina Throckmorton, and she's never failed me, so I'm really happy to be working with her again. Okay, find challenges completed. Find challenges completed. If it is 0, then we say change state. First challenge. And also I want to say don't evaluate this unless the board changed, because otherwise I'd be calling that function on every single frame. So those are like when your character speaks or different character speaks, the face floats above them, so you can see their expressions. It looks a little bit weird, but you get used to it. It's better than trying to make the 3D models express something. Okay, so if it's yeah, I think I've seen something like that. I think like maybe Ultima Online or Ultima Overworld, something. Yeah. That should be 1. Okay, this might fully automate the thing I was doing manually before. It's probably got a few bugs in it, but I'll give it a shot. Seems mostly right. The other thing I know I need to do is take those waypoints and raise them up by 1. because when you don't knock the top block off, you knock the bottom block. That makes the stack go down by 1. That's the right case to look at. Yeah. There might be a better way to do that, but I can explain it pretty easily. So there's a level controller base class that's got some functionality in it that applies to all the level controllers for all the levels. It uses an int. So you could say, well, why not use a state variable there? The problem is that the state variables are specific to each level. So if I go here on this one level, Plenty Path, these are my states. If I go to Paradise, it's got different states. So it's either casting or it's, we're making one giant state enum that has everything, or freeform states, So there might be a better way to do it than what I did, but all right. I guess I'll just give it a dumb try. I don't hear the music playing. Okay, so there's some bug right away. Fair comment. The reason why it's maybe not as much of a worry for me is there's no code inside of the base class that changes that int value. It relies entirely upon the child class to set those values. But you're right. It is a possibility. Let me see, where's my error? Well, let's get rid of that reference. I don't think that caused the problem, but let's get rid of that. It might honestly be something I have to think about later on. If I'm lucky, I'll have other people working on this besides me at some point, and some things I do that are just plenty fine for me may not be good for other people. I don't need this. But I don't know why the song didn't start. Let's see, did I misspell something? No, I did not. It's spelled the same there too. So I was assuming it would come into here. That part I hate, by the way. I hate best practices evolving because the engine changing underneath you. But some of the best practices are better. Oh, I forgot to hook up the level controller to the level. That's what it is. Yeah, I try to go easy on myself, but it's more like it's not that I cringe so much looking at old stuff out of embarrassment. It's that I cringe at the desire to be consistent between my new ways and my old ways, and I have to choose between going back and making all the old stuff like the new, or just being at peace about them being different. So there's like small things like when I started out, I used to put privates in front of everything, and now I just don't, because there's no point. It's just the same thing as not declaring it. It just works exactly the same. You might as well be more concise. Okay, so let's add in Plundy paths. And this stuff here, good. All right, so now I think the song's gonna play. Okay, so I will see if it picks up on the first. Use my new settings. What happened there? Let me think about that. Is it song all reloaded during call to load? So it did detect the new challenge, first challenge solved condition, but there's something like it's calling the song load twice, or okay, so this is my own warning message. Yeah. Okay, so it's like multiple calls are made to play a song at some point, I think. That's why it's got loading count higher than 0. Okay. go back, look at my level controller. So what could call? This could call, and maybe it's going on to something else here. So this was called, it put us in the first challenge state. This state checking stuff where it says find challenge is completed, there might be some kind of bug in there. Like maybe this is not returning like 1, it could be returning 2 or 3 or something like that. So let's just debug that. That part looks good. No, so it only matters. It only matters when you're evaluating the expression. So if you're saying in an if statement with plus plus in front of it, the expression that gets evaluated will have the increment applied before the evaluation. If you put plus plus on the end, then it'll have it evaluated before the increment is performed. So I just put plus plus on the beginning because to me it's sort of, I don't know, it makes more sense. But if you're not evaluating it, it doesn't matter. Like it could be either way. Okay, so that looks fine. I'm assuming something goes wrong right after we get to the first challenge. So I'm going to set breakpoint here. It might be that I need to wait for this to begin playing. Oh, that's probably it. Yeah. There sometimes I do things like that when something doesn't make a lot of visual sense to me, like I can't parse it very well even though it's more concise. I will add in some extra stuff. Somebody who's a better programmer would probably say that's a crutch. But like the order of operations, like when you have a number of operations that are applied to a variable, and just remembering like, yeah, just put in the extra brackets. They're not hurting anybody. They're not hurting anybody. They make it easier to figure out what the hell's going on. Can you really remember which one's going to be performed first, a modulo operator or division? You know, I don't want to memorize that stuff. Go complete the first challenge. There we go. So I think this will work, but it may not be playing the song yet. That may be the issue. Let's check. Okay, there's that. Active audio source. Null. We haven't finished loading the song yet. Have not finished loading it. Okay. So it's going to return that it's not playing, and that will cause this to incorrectly go to the state which is there to handle the transition to the next part of the song. Okay, got it. Just got to do some different state logic. It'll be fine. Okay. So I think, what's the best way to do that? That's probably the right one. Go get those munchies. Okay, yeah, callback. Track state. And level controller. For starting. Stopping song. That's probably not the right one right there. It's going to be a callback. A callback is what I want. Almost entirely sure. I just go check here, make sure it's not hard. I should have explicit update. Is there an update? I think it's called. That would be the thing. Yeah. All right. You don't like that, okay. Song end. I'm gonna pass the name of the song to whoever gets called. Let's do song end, call back. Okay. Then there'll be so if the audio source is not null, I think that means it would have started playing. Let me double check. Look at every place where it gets set. Clear active. Okay. Okay, here it's loaded. Okay, so right after it gets loaded, it does start playing. So it's impossible for the audio source to be null and not have it be playing. I should use this too. Let's just have this be subscribe. I'll just use the same pattern for that. That'll be better. Okay, but back down to what I was working on. Alright, so that works, but I want to follow the subscription model. So let's just take all this and just move it up here so I can just follow the same pattern up above. I'll just put it right next to the other function that was there. Okay. list. Song and callback. Song and subscriptions. This will be fine. Subscribe. Song and yeah, well, that's good stuff. Okay. I think I'll just put them right next to each other. Subscribe, song and callback, song and subscriptions, add callback. Definitely got to clear those out between scenes because there'll be references to in-scene objects. I think this also I want. So this one's public. Who's calling it? It doesn't need to be public. You also do not need to be public. What is your complaint? Okay. Fine. Let's make you static. What are you doing? Ryder, what do you think you're doing? Stop. That was some weird refactoring that you got into there. Okay. And we'll make this follow the pattern. Static void. It's got a little more aggressive recently. I think there was some update. It does enough good things for me that in the end I dare not speak against it, but yeah, there have been some moments like that one. Okay. I think I've already got that up above. I do. Okay, so get rid of this. Move this up top for neatness. There's a few more sections here. I could break it out into if I want, but I won't for now. Alright, then I gotta go back down and fix other stuff. That looks fine. Yeah, it works though. It's complex, but it works, and it's doing a lot. So it's not just complex. I mean, it's got a whole bunch of stuff in there. It's got key changes and tempo and showing lyrics. I may refactor it at some point, so it's like some of these update things, for example. They could be put into separate classes and then just have all the things around that one concern for key change, beats, lyrics, etc. in a separate class. But, you know, it's probably getting close to that point to refactor, but it's not a mess, not at this point. There's other things I would say are in my code that are a lot messier than this. Okay, what do you want? What do you want? Oh, not send song and notification. Okay, what else? What else? Here, this needs to take beat subscriptions as a param now. I'm looking for comparing a float to. All right. Oh, I honestly think it's not dangerous to compare a float to 0 because 0 is a value that's expressed cleanly inside the standard floating point data structure. What's the red thing? I guess I gotta do a build to find it. Yeah, cool. There we go. Alright, so I made a general purpose capability to get a callback for a song ending. Now, will serve me well in other places too, but inside of here, I can clean up my code a little bit. I don't have to poll either on this part. I mean, the polling is still there, but it's elsewhere. Yeah, I've gone into floating point hell before. But yeah, it just felt to me like 0f, maybe the compiler might give you a break on that. Actually, that's just the linter. That wasn't even the compiler. Okay. Okay, so I need to reset. I need to register a callback. Say void on song and string song name. Okay. And then in reset we say song manager s subscribe song end. Should be okay. Down here I can just check against the song name to see if it's one of the ones that needs to transition to a different song. So first challenge, second challenge, third challenge. What? What? Oh. No, it's the song names, not the states. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, basically. I got them mixed up. Change state. And state. After first challenge. Enter. That might do it. That means I get to take out this junky code underneath, which I like. Yeah, well, that's going to give me a nice bonus too. Which is that I can combine these cases together since they're doing the same thing. Get rid of that. Okay. I'll be consistent. I'll do a return. Okay. So let me look at this. If you get past the first challenge and we go to the first challenge, let me give these better names. It's not a useful abstraction. Okay. This could work. This could work. That's a lot of new code, though. I give it about a 40% chance of working the first time without any bugs. I have 40% faith. Ah. Went to the next one. Awesome. I think it's going to be fun. It's like the little bird guy celebrating with you. That was a nice test there too. I cleared the second and third puzzles really close to each other, and he went to the third verse correctly in the middle of the second one. It's not perfect. It's not perfect with the transitions, but it's definitely serviceable, and it's not doesn't sound bad. So there's a few crossfades that they sort of break the illusion that it's a character that's singing to you just a little bit, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Next thing I get to do is kind of fun. So I want this guy to make some silly noises where he gets progressively more excited. He gets a little more excited each time you stack up one more of these blocks. Okay, so there's 4 of them there. I think the algorithm is he is going to be he's going to have some dance moves and stuff. I think the algorithm is going to be when the number of blocks changes on one of the pads linked to a unbeat challenge. he'll make a little cooing noise, which is progressively more excited the higher up you get it. Okay, let me go get the sound effects for that. Yeah. So like you get one block on the destination pad, and he's like, oh, and 2, he's like, oh, something like that. So I've got those sounds in here. I'm gonna pick out some. Let's see. Just take all these, make a new one. Bundy Coos. Alright, let me see. Some of this doesn't, I won't want to use it. Okay, not those. These. That sounds sad. What's this one? Too sad. Maybe for maybe like the first ones I might use for that. Okay, there he's getting excited. That one sounds kind of sloppy. I just don't like it. Okay, those seem promising. Okay, let's just start ordering them a bit. Thank you. Okay, let's start putting them in some kind of sequence. I need 4 in a sequence with varied levels of excitement. Okay, that one I like. Okay. Maybe these ones might be the good starters. I don't know, they don't seem to match though. Those ones are better. Okay, so let's say these are the 3 variations on the level 1 level of excitement from Plundy. Okay. And that's, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3. These are definitely the 4s. Okay. Those ones might be good 3s. Let's bring those over here. This sounds like a 2. Thankfully, I don't think anybody heard me. I think I got away with that one. But I do look forward to at some point getting like a sealed off recording booth that just lets me get loud. Okay. The question is, do I want to continue using these for my ones? They sound a little sharp. The being that I end up annoying the most is the dog. The dog picks up on some shit and he just starts barking. He'll hear low frequencies and stuff, and high frequencies that probably other people aren't even hearing. And the dog just starts barking. Which could be a problem if I get to a point where I really need to record something here, which is why I would love to have a vocal booth. Okay, I don't like these anymore. They just don't match the rest. Maybe that first one. Okay, that's too long. It couldn't be a 1, so let's just move it over here. Okay, maybe that. Okay, I think I've almost got it here. Let's get rid of those. Okay. So 3 1s, 3 2s, 3 3s, 3 4s. This stuff, I don't know what is this? No, that's all the sort of, yeah, different sound on those. Okay. So then I'll play with these just a little bit. Okay. Now I just need to make the beginning and end tight, so that when I chop these out, there will be some nicely defined sound effects. Yeah, so I've got variations at each level too, so I can not have it always sound the same and let the player fiddle around with it. So, and I am definitely looking forward to hearing this in the game. I think it's going to sound ridiculous. Let's give names to the markers. Okay. Markers. Let's see. Let's give it the exact same names I want the file names to be. I should follow the same convention I use for my dialogue speech IDs. So let's do name of the level, which is Plundy Paz, or the scene name, actually. Name of the character, Plundy, and we'll say soft coup. Now I gotta think about what the subtitles are gonna be. Let's see, because there's a mapping between the subtitles and the file name. So it's gonna be soft coup. I guess it's just coup. Oh. Louder coup. Agitated. Excited coup. Maybe it should be cooing. Agitated and excited don't give escalation. And also agitated sounds like he's upset, and he's not upset. Very excited coup. I think I'll go with that. Okay, so that means these got to be named accordingly. Soft cooing 1. Soft cooing 2. Okay, then louder cooing 1. Louder cooing 2. It looks like I've got an extra marker here someplace. Let me check through. So this one will just be the end. Okay, so 4, 3, and 2. Okay, where's 9? 14. Oh, I've got an extra one of these at the end. Okay, I can delete that one. Okay, this becomes. Yep, exactly. Okay. Now, take all these, convert them to ranges. Okay. so each one of them expresses a range that allows me to export the chopped files on this. Let's save it before I do that, though. Save this as, yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then I will dump it right into the assets directory. Speech. Put it in the speech. Okay, no prefix. Preview. Yeah, just like that. Don't need the markers. Bam. Okay. So then, come back to Unity. It's busy importing. There we go. Go into... Oh, come on. Stop it. Yeah, there we go. In here. And, yeah, they're all right here. Just need to make them addressable. Yeah, okay, cool. So then, what else was there on this? It needs to pick up that those are there, and I've got something for that. What was it? It's in my pre-processing. So I do the pre-processing, I go to main. There it is, speech resource path. So it should, didn't pick those up. Not sure about that. Oh, because the scene name is different. The scene name is not Plundy Paths. The scene name is Plundy 1. That's the old name that I have. It's not the same as the final level name. That's why I didn't pick up. Okay. So I just got to rename these then. I feel like I might as well just do it from the other file, because then if I have to re-export this, then I'll be able to not have the same problem to deal with the second time. So fix it from the source. Let's delete the old files. easier to do that in Unity because it'll get all the meta files as well. Okay, delete. Okay. We'll do another export. It's already going to the right place. Do not want the markers. Go. Okay, they're back. Make them addressable. Okay. I don't want to tell you how long it's been since I did a commit. I'll tell you what, I think I should do a commit. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make both of us feel better. But let me pre-process and see if this change picked up. Okay, so if I go here, there it is. They picked up. Awesome. Okay, so let's save all that. And let's do it. But yeah, they say, Ninja, look away, look away. This is gonna bother you. It's too much. It's too much. Look, that's got to be weeks in there, right? All right. Thanks for the reminder. In all fairness, a lot of these are just the assets I created today. But let me just look through it real quick. Okay, I got the gist of it. Story adds from in the egg to Plundy path. Callbacks on song manager or song end. Plundy assets. There we go. Good idea. Let's do a friggin' commit. I could corrupt the whole thing 2 minutes from now and then it would have nothing to go back from. I understand. I understand. Let's see. Okay, now I can go and use these to make some speech. But I need to be able to logically determine what level of cooing you should be doing. Okay, challenge squares and then CRH challenge pad squares. What was your moment? What series of thoughts caused you to have those two moments? Okay. Oh, so it's like the... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What was what was the solution? I hate that Z fighting stuff. Oh yeah. You mean like the individual renderers on game objects have a sort order? And you're able to fix the problem by like explicitly setting the sort order? That worked? Because it seems like the Z order would be the thing that causes one thing to render before another. Like the Z buffer, but if boy you can set it explicitly, that's pretty cool. Huh. I might have to look into that sometime for next time I have a problem like that. The other thing I learned about that's similar to that is camera stacking. This other guy that came on the stream taught me about camera stacking. That's pretty cool. Like if you just want to say some things are always, always, always on top of other things. Yeah. And to me, it sounded like it was like a bad idea just from a performance perspective, but I didn't see any issues with it. Yeah, and you want the UI to always be on top, yeah. Let's change this a little bit. Let's call it class. It'll be challenge state. And make this be block square. Stack count. Okay. I'll just change this to be well, it's a nice moment when you break through, even if you end up like going, what? Why didn't I think this before? I mean, I'd much rather feel like an idiot and have my problem solved. Oh yeah. I was pretty religious about watching it until like maybe the last 2 or 3 seasons, and I was just like, oh, it's just not the same. I don't want to chase after that feeling with this show anymore. But yeah, love Red Dwarf. I will see if I can. Yeah. Problem is that I export the stream video to YouTube, and then their algorithms pick up on things that are replayed. That just maybe if. Let me see. I think I'll play it briefly on my other computer, which will not show up on the stream. And then I have to turn the volume off, or that'll get me flagged. I remember this episode with all the rumors. Let's see, closed captions. Give me the closed captions. Hold on. I'm gonna read what I see. Okay. So they are inside of a prison of some sort. Let's see. Discovered rumor. Smell chicks out that Julia's old toilet brush hair himself. Boy, the closed captioning is not reliable. Cluster Derek Custer Kit. This captioning is bad. I can't play the audio. Sorry, man. I get it. Okay, that's the analogy. Or we could just use the teleport. Yeah. No, that's awesome show. Let's see. Okay, so states. Public. Okay, so we do that. This becomes challenge states equals create let me make these other waypoints for it to pick up on. That's one of them. Okay, this one goes with challenge 1, I think. Stupid Unity. 2. Then I click something else inside of here. There, you actually saved my change. Thank you. All right, other one is over here. Challenge 1 is there. Challenge 3 is here. Challenge 2 is there. Okay, I think I got them set up right. Then I want to int coup level. Okay, so I think I can make this into just one function that returns the coup level. Find coup level. Pass in the board. Pass in the challenge state. Highest coup level equals 0. Yeah, like it's some technical term. Let's get the coup level. This is very important. Everyone's paying us to find the right coup level. Okay, challenge state is an array. It's not just one, it's all of them. Let's see. I just found out I'm on the COVID-19 vaccine waitlist. You're currently in line. We'll receive a call to schedule your vaccine within 1 to 2 weeks from the date you join the waitlist. So, I guess within 1 week. Cool. Good stuff. If I get that vaccine, my coup level will go up to 2. So I had a friend who was in the 5G business, and I pretended to sit him down for a serious, hey Dougal, a serious conversation, and just asked him why he was spreading COVID-19 to everyone with his 5G. I was like so serious. I was so serious when I did it. Like I had him for, he knows I'm gonna be full of shit, but I had him for about 3 seconds. He's like, okay, so let's look. Okay, so the first criteria is if the challenge has already been beat, I don't want to count. I don't want it to affect the coup level, so I want to check. Yeah, boy, that stuff is really stupid. It's like people going out and they're not even like destroying 5G towers. They just see something that looks like a tower. Something like it might be a 5G transmitter and just destroy it. Okay. So if let's just for convenience, let's assign this to a variable. CS equals. Okay. Yeah, Ninja. Yeah, it was good to hang out. Yeah, my schedule's flipped around a little bit, so I might be more on early every once in a while. So, have a good night. Okay, so then take a look at the other square. Okay, so equals CS block pad square H and stop H equals Ninja's also from Scotland. I don't know what all you Scots are hanging around for, but I'm fine with people from Scotland. I've been there a couple of times. My favorite city in the world is Edinburgh. Let's see. Let's do stat count. Stat count. Board. Get M. CS block. CS block pad square. CS block pad square. Or CS block pad square. Well, okay, I can do this. Plus stat count. Not equal null. Plus stat count. So I don't need the H. But this is very verbose here, so let's just do C equals. This will just make it more readable. after all that, we say if the stack count is greater than the highest coup level, equals the stack count. Okay, return highest coup level. Challenge, beat, Pondy won't coup for it. Pondy, let's see. I'm trying to follow a pattern that I haven't used much in the past. Instead of putting a lot of comments, to use function names to kind of self-document things. Find block pad stack count. So we'll say board. Then we'll say block pad coordinates, and I'll just take all this over here. Okay. All that. I broke some code underneath, so I can fix that. Oh, I should have deleted that function. I'll just have to rewrite it. Okay. Well, I have some thoughts on this. I'll say what's worked for me. I'll briefly show you this thing I put together. Okay, so this is the thing I devised for myself. The Holy Algorithm 1.0. The idea is I make progress every day, and it can be like a small amount of progress or it can be a large amount of progress, but I just try not to ever fall off the wagon. The small progress thing is actually pretty helpful because like there's some days where you feel kind of like crap, but if you just say I have to do at least some tiny little thing, like maybe you've got all you do is like refactor a function or something like that, then it still counts. So up at the top of my screen there's the number of days in a row, 340, that I've made some progress. So almost a year when I spent like every single day I did like a little bit of something on the game. So that the other thing I found, which for me is a big deal, is to distinguish between work and progress. It's okay. So it's like if it's a regular part of your habits, then it's easier to do it. If you go in between like on and off states. Like if you say, oh, okay, I'll get back to it tomorrow, or I'll get back to it next week, and you're in an off state. So I'm make a point to always in my head think I'm in an on state. That doesn't mean I'm working on it all the time, but there's some little switch in my head that says I work on this every day. I make progress on it every day, and if I ever let that switch go off, then I don't know. It feels like I've kind of lost it, you know. So that's what works for me. There's a book I read too, which it might be of interest to you. I don't know. It's called The War of Art by Steven Pressfield. He's a guy that is a writer, and he's pretty hardcore about setting up habits so that you just you do what you need to do. Yeah. I get it as an audiobook, that War of Art, because what happens is I'll start listening to the audiobook while I'm doing something, and I'll realize that since I've already read the book, it would be kind of a waste of time for me to listen to the whole thing. But so I always get really pumped up listening to it, even just the first 15-20 minutes of it, and then I feel like, okay, this is the kind of person I want to be, so I'm going to stop listening to this. I'm actually going to get to work. So Steven Pressfield, War of Art. But he created his system for him. I created my system for me. There's a little bit of a gaming to it, you know. There's a little bit of figuring out, like, what is it that's going to make you move forward when you want to move forward. Could be a little bit different from person to person. Some people do legitimately need, like, recharge periods, and they come back twice as strong. For myself, I just try to stay on the wagon, just not go into the off state. The other thing that has been helpful for me is defining a task that needs to be completed, and then push to just finish that task, even if it's a small one. Because as soon as that task is done, even though there's so much more work that's left to do, you get a little dopamine rush in your brain. At least I do. I'm like, yeah, I got that done. There you go, Trello. That's a good way to do it. I was thinking of moving over to some kind of board system like that too, because what I've got now is a backlog, but there's something kind of nicer. Instead of just like say I finish this and I delete that, if you got something like Trello, then you move this whole thing over into the done column, and it's a nice little mini celebration, you know. It's like, yeah, you still see your completed work, and you know it's kind of good that way. So it's like hacking yourself a little bit to do the things you want to do. That's it. So when you go someplace like Facebook, Twitter, you know, all those little places, they're hacking your brain too. They're doing everything they can to get you to come back with psychology like it's a casino. So why not get in the same game? Why not just figure out what makes you tick and what motivates you, and take advantage of it? Okay, that's what we'll say. Completed count. Yeah, you know, I don't know that it's so bad to have a messy space. The other thing you gotta watch for is, like, you be in your office and there'll be like a few things that could be decluttered and kind of made nice, and you start procrastinating by cleaning up your office. But you know, whatever gets you there. Like, it could be like clutter around you, like, drags you down a little bit. For me, I'm okay with a little bit of clutter, but a lot, it goes over a certain threshold, and then yeah, I'm demoralized by it. Okay. If the board changed, then I want to figure out the coup level. So, handle coup level. Update coup level. Let's see. Update. Let's see. Handle coups. Okay. Okay, let's get these coups in. This is gonna be ridiculous when I get this working. Alright, equals no, bam bam. never let me do constant string arrays. C sharp, let me down. Static, read only, which is a const. Read only. What? No, like that? There we go. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I can do a const. Let's check. Nope, I can't. Stupid C sharp. Let's see. I'm also gonna need some kind of replacement inside of there. I think it's like some kind of string formatting thing you can do in C sharp. No, not Unity. C sharp format string. Yeah, just put 0 there. Okay. Okay, set that in. Yeah, but this is what I mean by setting up that system for yourself. Like, if you can define what makes you feel good. You just have to stick to it, and you can pick some kind of goal that you can meet every day, perhaps, and then every once in a while you'll go way past it. Like, there's some days I just do one tiny little thing. It's like a token thing, but you sort of you meet your own contract and you end up feeling fine. At least that's how it works for me. So yeah, I don't know. It sounds like maybe set up some kind of habit system for yourself that you can meet pretty easily, but on some days you go far past it, perhaps. Let's see. Random. You bet. I hope you find something that works for you. Line for level. Cool level. Okay, then we gotta format the string. That should be a string. Maybe I gotta do the static string. Pass in variation note. Let's make this number between 1 and 3. And that should match up to the naming convention I gave. Okay. Well, I'm glad you think so. I think everybody sees somebody else's code a different way. Gotta Some people get annoyed when they look at my code for different reasons. Just their brains work different than mine, maybe. They learn different conventions. So characters, plenty. Oh, I got Adam. Okay. Say emotion. Let's see, what emotion would he have? Be happy. He's happy. Yeah. Well, no. He'd be happy. He'd be happy if you were doing better than before. He'd be sad if you were doing worse. So emotion. Coup. Emotion. Just emotion. Equals. Next coup level is better than the current coup level. If it is, then he's happy. Otherwise, he's sad. Nah, he's just irritated. You'd be irritated if you do worse than you did before. Okay, then we go. Emotion. Bam. Add in Plundy. Who's the bird? Okay, that might do something. It's a lot of new code. A lot of stuff there. Okay, we can see if it works. I think I'll set a breakpoint here. And then it's also in this coup level thing. Let's look at that too. At least one time. Let's see how well this does. That counts out good. Detected that I've made a little bit of progress, and I think Plundy will be happy. Yes, he is. look at this. That's healthy. Good. Maybe this might map to the clip. Didn't pick it up. Blondie 1. Character. The name of Blondie. Line. Louder cooing 3. Why didn't it pick it up? Well, I'll get the speech ID and I'll reference that. Speech ID. Oh, because this has a space here instead of underscore, which is fine. Okay, got it. It's a pretty benign error. I can fix that with a rename. Oh, good. Okay, yeah, I think it's gonna work. Gotta fix a few things. Her eyes were screwed up. I can fix those real quick. Pretty soon we're gonna get some ridiculous bird noises. Okay. There's that. Then I gotta fix my assets. They were named incorrectly. Checking my security camera to see if I got a package delivered. I see a package. I gotta go get that package. The dog's helping me out. Alright. I'll be right back in, maybe like I don't know, like 2 minutes. Alright, back to work, back to work. Hey. Had to grab my package before the porch thieves. Oh, these ones, 2 spaces. Alright, let's look up here. Did I get them all? Yeah, I think I did. Save that, then export these. No markers. Bam. Okay. Back to Unity. Make these addressable. Okay. Save all that. Check that. Yeah, I picked it up here. Is it the right stuff? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. And we try out this thing again. Went right to louder cooing. Why would it do louder? Oh, I'm off by 1, that's why. Okay, off by 1. Close on this, very close. Make this highest stack count. Turn this -1. Okay. So if stack count is 1, then its coup level should be 0. That should fix it. All right, try it again. What the hell? Some exception got thrown. What for? Okay. Handle coups is not doing great there. Okay. Okay. I'm making changes too quick without thinking it through. Okay, so we could say, okay, I think coup level 0 means he doesn't coup. Coup level 1 is the first coup, and that should correspond to the stack count. There's some other place to fix the off by 1 error. So let's go down to handle queues. Dang it. Handle queues. Okay. Not used. Defends my sense of efficiency and not using extra memory. So I'll just do coup level -1. That'll do it. Didn't detect the challenge being complete. And there's an exception. Okay, fix that. Oh, come on. Man. It's these moments where I'm so close to being done where I start making kind of stupid little piddly mistakes. All right, buddy. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a awesome sleep. Okay. So the coup level could go back down to 0. If that's the case, then you don't say anything. So that's one issue. You bet. Just a little thing. Boom, boom. Oh, coup level equals 0. No, and coup level not equal 0. needs to be another check here. Okay. If Ku level not equals 0. Maybe it's greater than 0. This is probably the cause of the music not changing. Don't want him to make cooing noises if he's in the middle of singing. The other thing is, if he's singing, I sort of want that same treatment of his vocals as I have on the song. So what I could do... Alright, one thing at a time. First is we're only going to handle the coos state is either the intro wow, there's three. Let's just encapsulate this is state for Queen. State. Okay, that should help. And let's go and set reverb. Let's do a reverb, and then I did. Oh, was it room ambience 1? Yeah, let's just go check it and get exactly the same. Alright, so we go back to Pondy vocals. And then the studio reverb is room ambience 2. Okay. Pondy cues. Studio reverb is room ambience 2. Is it non-destructive? I think it's destructive. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. No, it's doing the whole thing. Cool. All right. So then for that, let's do a save. Oh, wait. Gotta do an apply. Okay. Okay. So then back to markers. Export the markers. Same location. Just overwrite. Oh, it's probably not gonna be smart enough to. It should be 12. Oh, there are good. Okay. Move to trash. Back to here. And export. Okay, back to here. Looks good. All right, try it again. What? Did I miss the first one? also... I definitely gotta balance out my levels at some point. There, it skipped one. What is the deal? Ah, something's up. I wasn't doing that before. Yeah, there's multiple things bugging me. One, where was the friggin' change in reverb? I did not hear it. Oh, another thing. Now I understand.
We got the knives. We got the knives.
Because he's not a sound effect, he is speech when he coos. Okay, that fixes that. Okay. There's a few like little, maybe slightly glitchy things that we'll get to. But that's it. I made an interactive song. Took me, about 4 hours. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Alright, I'm going to stop the stream here because I like to end on victory. If anyone's hanging out, thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it, even if you're lurking. Cool to have you around. And I will catch you all later. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream now.